Alright, everybody, welcome to another stream. It's your boy, it's Joey. Hope everybody's doing good. It's Christmas Eve, everybody. Hope everybody's been naughty. No, nice. Man, it seems like kind of dark today. Yeah. How are you, everybody? How's everybody doing? Hope everybody is doing well today. Yeah, today is Christmas Eve, everybody. Merry Christmas, everybody. And happy holidays. Here shortly we're gonna be ending the year 2020. It's gonna be amazing. Going into 2021 now. Yeah, guys, I want to thank everybody who joined me last night and who caught this stream after the fact. We had a great. I think yesterday was a great, great stream yesterday. We really took the deep dive into subnetting. We're going to be taking that same dive into subnetting today, and we're just going to continue on with our studies here. We didn't finish chapter 11 last night, so we'll finish chapter 11 after we're done. Beating me up on subnetting, so we're gonna beat up subnetting pretty hardcore. Again, like we did. My stream. Hold on, guys. There we go. I'm like, what the heck is going? It was looping for a second. At least on my phone, it was looping. It probably wasn't looping for you guys. What was I gonna say? So yeah, we did finish chapter 11 last night. We got a little bit. We were running a little bit late, and I had to get to work last night, so we had to cut it. We didn't cut it too short, but we had to cut it. We were about 3/4 of the way through, and there was so much more. There's so much more to that chapter that we still need to go through before we can advance on to our studies here. But I feel as though we made a lot of progress last night. Well, we're continuing to make excellent progress. I mean, we're at least, I know from my stance, from my study stance, I'm really starting to retain this a lot more than I've ever retained it, and it's really, I can't wait for us to finish this study so I can go and take this test. I'm super confident that I'm going to be able to get to be CCNA certified by the time we finish this book. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I'm gonna there is not going to be a question in my mind that I won't be prepared for the certification. And I hope, like I said, like I continue to say, I hope that this stream somehow reaches somebody out there that's looking for something to change their life with, and these technologies, these certifications, these things hold a lot of value, and they will continue, especially the CCNA certification. If you look up any, go to Indeed or any job search engine, you just look up, network engineer, network technician, and whatnot. You'll still see every single one of them, looking for CCNA. So if the hold on, just text my old lady. She called me real quick. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Let me take this call. There it goes. So, sorry about that, guys. My wife just wanted to. She just got led home early today. She said she was gonna get led home early. She just didn't know what time, so she just wanted to go out. She just wanted to let me know real quick what time she was. Well, she's on her way home now, so she just wanted to give me a heads up that she was on her way home. That's it, guys. So I apologize for that. But yeah, where was I? Where was I? So, I know where I was at. Let me just. I gotta text her. Just gotta text her. One more second. She loves complicating things. My wife. She definitely loves complicating things. Oh boy. Of course, nothing's gonna be able to work now. Really flustered. Hold on. Oh, nothing's gonna work. Hold on. All right, that's the madness begins. All right. All right, let's get back to Veracity text. All right, we're back. It's live, baby. Live. Live. We're live. All right. So what was I saying? CCNA. Do you know, like I said, if you still do a job search on any search engine, like I said, it'll still come up. Yeah, so what did I see today that I wanted to just blurb and give a shout out to? So, David Bumble, guys, David Bumble, if you've never heard of David Bumble, I encourage you to to go on YouTube and search his name. David, as it spells, and then Bumble. Bombal. David Bumble. He is an amazing, not only is he an amazing teacher, He's an amazing inspirationer, motivator. Um, he's a network guy. You know what I'm saying? He he that guy, he could tell you anything you need to know about networking. But there is something special about David. This and he was the one that I had stumbled upon on YouTube, like I said, back in February when I was hurt up and I couldn't walk anymore, and I was spending a lot of time just on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Just because I was stuck to a couch. So it really wasn't much for me to do. But he was the gentleman that I had stumbled upon that sparked this fire, this interest into networking, into CCNA. And ever since then, obviously I've been able to take my life in a whole new direction. Obviously my road hasn't been easy, but nobody's road's easy, and I'm not gonna sit here and cry because of that. I mean, yeah, I'll tell you guys about my struggles every once in a while, but I I still try to do my part by every day, getting up there and doing the stream and studying. I'm going to college. I'm working overnights. I play daddy during the day. I'm a very busy man, and I try to create content and put myself out there. Making YouTube videos, doing this Twitch stream. Trying to get my Discord together, being active in communities that's surrounded around entertainment and networking and stuff like that, and trying to be involved into those people's communities and bring and lift them up. You know what I'm saying? And David's been a part of that inspiration that touched my life to take me in that direction. And he just released a really nice video, and I encourage you guys to catch it. And that's what he really touches upon that key aspect, that key note is to, if you really want to change your life, then it's on you to change it. You're in the driver's seat. If your life is not going in the direction that you want it to go in, then take control of it. Take control of your life and work hard. You know what I'm saying? Work hard. Put yourself out there, and don't be. I encourage you though. Don't be. Just be you. Don't try to be someone you. Don't try to be someone you're not. And that that can be difficult because there is so much out there these days. But you are your own unique person. You're a beautiful person. And I encourage you to explore that and just be you. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I'm trying to take that encouragement that David instilled in me, and I never talked to the man personally. I know from what he puts out there in his videos and whatnot, the motivation that he wants to bring, and he wants to inspire people's lives to take control and learn something. That's all. That's a big part of the message. Is just learn something, study. Push yourself to get yourself into the be uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? Push yourself to be into the uncomfortable zone, though, so that way you can become more than what you are right now. My military background, there was things in training and stuff like that I didn't expect to ever go through, but we did it. Me and the team, what I'm saying, me and the other guys and the other ladies, what I'm saying, and the ladies themselves, we all did it together. But it's not easy, stuff like that. And this isn't easy. Education is not easy. And for those who have PhDs, you think that was an easy road? Think that was given to them? They worked hard at that. These people that get all these certifications thinks it's easy. No, they spend time. There's investments in sitting there and pushing yourself to study, to study. you know, you got a full-time job, you know, you can squeeze it in there, study. You know what I'm saying? You got a kid, you know, squeeze it in there. You can study. You can change your life. Um, yeah. So, um, yeah. So I just wanted to give a shout out to David for his inspiration. That 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 has gotten me to the point where I am trying to take on this venture that I'm doing right now. So, thank you, David. If you're out there, if you ever watch any of my videos, I want to say thank you, brother. All right. All right. Let's drink some coffee real quick, guys. I need coffee. I just woke up. Yeah, I mean, what was it? I didn't get back home. I didn't get out of work till 7 this morning. Then I had to do some fingerprinting um, for the post office this morning. So that's still going through the pre-employment. So I can't wait for that. So we got another thing coming up on Wednesday for that. Yeah, and then I did some food shopping. And then the wife let me crash for a little bit once I came home. And what I get up, because the kids had this day off of school, so they were good today. I think I got up around 1 o'clock afterwards, so I crashed around 9, got up at 1. I just actually I got them some dinner just whipped up now just before I started the stream. So yeah, again, we all have busy lives, you know what I'm saying? But we try to do our best to squeeze what we can in there. So I need coffee. So this is my morning cup of me. Joe. All right. Enough said. Let's get back. Let's get into Brassity tax here. Did I get everything set up? Yeah, I got everything. All right. Oh god. Make sure everything's on and it's working. All right. We are good to go. All right, like I said, we're gonna continue on with subnetting here. The best way to take on subnetting is to do more subnetting. We got coffee and water going at the same time. I need it. All right. I need to get my board cleared up. I might even need a new marker, but we'll see. We beat this board up yesterday. We're gonna beat this board up even more today. That's the whole point. Cleared real quick. So what we're gonna be doing, we're gonna go back. We're gonna just touch on easy subnetting, so you guys can get a quick refresher on that. We won't spend too much time on easy subnetting. All right, but then we're gonna go straight into the more difficult subnet mask. Okay, and then we're gonna go over that process, because it's a slightly different process, just because the octets. That octet is not going to end with a difficult subnet mask. That means that the mask it doesn't end strictly in all ones or all zeros. So that's why it's considered to be a difficult subnet mask. Just because you can't just well, we're gonna get to the point where we can just look at it. And be able to figure out all the information to it. That's why we're gonna beat ourselves up today. But what I'm trying to say is there's another step involved. There's one more step involved on how to determine all right. Love my whiteboard, guys. I swear, there's something about whiteboarding. I always feel I feel that now. Whiteboarding helps. It is help. Like I said, I'm a very hands-on person. So whiteboarding information helps with that mechanical, I guess, process of how my brain digests information. Woo, woo, good strong coffee. Is it raining today? Raining today. How's my weather today? Huh? Oh, it's on its own first. That would help. It's actually warm today too, so that's why it's like raining. Do a 51 degrees out there, but 92% humidity. Yeah, it's definitely it's definitely raining. Ooh, 2 viewers. What's up, everybody? All right. Let's do. This is one that I made. I made this one too. You guys can look at this. So this comes up. Boom. That's cool. Little Reader Digest in there. I might not be spinning up a VM today. We might, yeah, for the time we're going to be spending on everything, again, on subnetting and whatnot, is the good one? Yeah, that's the good one. We might, again, we're going to be spending a lot of time. We're going to be spending a lot of time on subnetting again, so we might not even get down to labbing anything today. But if we do, we can always spin up a VM. You know what I'm saying? That ain't gonna take much. So, all right. Let's jump right into it, folks. All right. You out of the way. Get some exams in here. All right. See it. All right. Let's start off with the easy math like we did yesterday. We'll go to the most difficult though. That prompt us for the subnet ID and then the broadcast address, but it prompted us to enter it physically, manually, whatever you want to call it. So let's start here again. So we're gonna jump right in. So our subnet mask is 255.255.255.0. So that's the /24 notation. So 255.255.0. All right, and our IP address that we're looking for some information on, it's 10.255.255.1. All right. So remember the rule when we have 255 in our subnet mask ID and their octets. All right. Remember these are full of all binary ones, 8 binary ones. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. So that maintains that number. Okay. But when our subnet mask has an octet with all zeros, meaning that it's full of 8 binary zeros, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. That tells us that, this is totally this octet, this fourth octet in our IP address, okay? This complete octet, okay? Remember, so this is 1, so this is 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. All right, so this entire octet that we have here is completely host bits, okay? All right. So the rule is this, since this is 0, this now becomes a 0. All right. This remains a 255. This remains a 255. All right. And this remains a 10. All right. All right. Now, what we do now is we fill the rest of the host part in. So now we take the rest of the host part. So remember, we have this whole entire octet that we can fill of binary ones now. So we fill this whole octet with binary ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. 8 binary ones equals 255. All right. And then this remains the same. This remains the same. Dot 10. So our subnet ID is 10.25.25.0. Our IP, our subnet broadcast address is 10.25.25.25. Cool. Remember, but this is just the easy ones. We're just gonna just recap on what we learned yesterday, and then we're gonna get into the more difficult subnet masks. Okay. Like I said, there's another process that there's one more step that we have to do when it comes to finding the information that we need for those more difficult subnet masks. Okay. All right. And what is our subnet mask? It's 255.255.0. All right. Do it again. IP address is 191.27.108.46. All right. Remember, subnet mask slash. So remember, we have an octet in our subnet mask that has zeros. So this becomes a 0. Okay. 2 for 5, 2 for 5, 2 for 5. Remember, they're full of all binary ones. So these values remain the same. Okay. Now all we have to do is fill up this host bit with all binary ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Turning this into now a 255. This remains the same. This remains the same. And then that remains the same. Okay. So our host ID, all right, our subnet ID is 19.127.108.0. And then our subnet broadcast address is 19.127.108.255. Not a comma. Okay. All right, so now we have a /16 subnet mask notation. So let's write it down. So 25.25.0.0. And our IP address is 10.255.1.1. Okay. We have 2 octets now in our subnet mask that are full of binary zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. These 2 values now turn into zeros. Okay, 0.0. Now, remember, we have octets with all ones, all binary ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These values remain the same. Very good. All right. Now, again, we're going to come over here. We're going to find our subnet broadcast address. So we're going to go into our host bits. Okay. And now we're going to fill those with all binary ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So now this is 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 10. Okay. All right. Let's continue on. All right, what is our subnet mask /16 again? Perfect. I like /16. All right, 10, 0, 47.213, right? 213, yeah, okay.
All right, same thing, 0.0.25, 10, okay, and then 2.5, 2.5, 2.5.10. Very good. Oh, jeez, Joe. I almost wrote this totally wrong. Okay, I went back and looked at what I was about to press enter on. Somehow I caught that real quick, so that's a 0. There you go. I'm like, why does this look weird all of a sudden? Huh. There you go. Woo! Ah. Yes, I guess the coffee hasn't kicked in yet, guys. All right, what do we got? /24 now. Cool. 5, 2, 5, 5, 0, 172, 27, 0, 2, 1, 1. Okay. All right, 0, 0, 27, 172, and then 2, 5, 0, 27, 172. Okay. So 172.27.0.0 subnet ID 172.27.0.245 is our subnet broadcast address. Good. Next one. And /24 again. Repetition, guys, repetition. When I was a bodybuilder back in the day, it was all about them reps, baby. If Sergeant Casper's out there, Sergeant Casper would tell you all about them reps right now. Wouldn't you, Sergeant Casper? Sergeant Casper was my former platoon. Yeah, he's my platoon sergeant. Love me some Sergeant Casper. I'll tell you that much, guys. Sergeant Casper is an awesome man. We named him he got the nickname as a Clydesdale. He was a big dude, and he would run up and down mountains like it was nobody's business. He was a monster. I loved him. He's still around. He'd be making me do push-ups right now if he was watching. Wouldn't you, Sergeant Casper? You'd be making me do some push-ups right now, wouldn't you, buddy? Oh, again, I am brain fine today. Must be tired. There's never an excuse. Keep going. All right, keep going. Good. Get fast, guys. Get fast. Get fast. Okay. Any questions? Just ask, guys. What we got? 24 again? Yeah. So I was gonna make sure my math, I got the right math. If not, I'll get this wrong. Hey, yeah. Four again. We got 190. 190. 0.1. 0.0.190. 90. 25. 0.190. These slash 24 again, so we'll just do that. And what we got? We got 11. 0. 255. 14. 0.255. 0. 1. 255. 255. 0.11. Okay. All right. All right, cool. So we got easy subnetting down to a T. Okay, we're looking pretty good. We win 100. We win 100. All right. So, yeah, let's get into the harder ones now, guys. All right. Now on the hard ones, find a more difficult one. We're going to take it step by step. Let me just grab some coffee. Oof. Oof. All right. Clear the board before we get started, and then we're gonna have to talk about how we do this. Just gonna jump into it. Okay. What is the subnet ID? What is the subnet ID what is the subnet ID of the subnet containing? So it's going to be the same thing. Now we have 255.255.252. So we have 255.255.252 now .0. Okay. Now what is our 172.24.42 what is that? 211, whatever. Okay. All right. So what we got going on here, and this is where we need to just take a little one. It's another step, and I just need a calculator just to help me out just a little bit. So the thing that there is a rule that the rules pretty much remain the same. It's just we have one more step we have to do. So we still have, so in this subnet mask, we still have an octet with the 0. Okay, all right. So that will be a 0. Okay. Now what we have though is we have an octet with the value of 252. Okay. Now this is where I guess it could get a little confusing, but all we have to do is we take the number, and this will remain the same throughout this whole entire thing. We take the number 256, all right, minus 252. 252, not 25. Ding, Joe. 252, okay, all right. 256 minus 252 obviously is 4. All right. Now, what that is stating is this octet in the subnet in the IPv4 address, this octet, the third octet, okay, its values are moving up in the increments of 4. Okay, so 42. So what we have to find is we have to find the where 42 would fall into 4, but not higher. So we always start at 0, 4, 0, 4, 8, 16, 12, Joe, come on, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28. You guys, I'm going to be embarrassed in a second. 28, 32, 36, 36, 40, 44. All right. So what we got is we can't go higher than this value. So the value is 42. So we are in between 40 and 44. All right. So we select 40. Okay. For the subnet ID, we're going to select 40. Okay. So it comes out to 172.24.40.0. That is our subnet ID. Okay. So because this octet is moving in increments of 4. All right. In increments of 4. All right. So our subnet ID is 172.24.40.0. And you'll see, we're gonna keep on doing problems. So don't worry, you'll see. You'll see, trust me. That 256 though remains the same. No matter what, that 256 will always remain the same. That is going to be our guiding light here. Okay? So 2 for 5. And this is why it was so important for us to continue to write down the problems, even when we were doing easy subnetting. Because when we get into the hard part, it's going to help us. Okay? That repetition of writing this down is going to help us right now. Okay? 187. Okay? All right. Here's our interesting octet. All right? Our interesting octet. Okay? Is right here. All right? Now remember, just erase, just don't erase everything out of your mind, but all we have to do when we see the 240, again, this rule remains the same. That's going to be a 0. That rule remains the same. Okay? All right? So doesn't these rules right here. This is going to be a 2-3. This is going to be a 7-2. But our interesting octet, which falls in this, for instance, falls into the third octet, we just have to do one additional more step. Okay? So again, we take 256. All right? You guys can see me, right? 256 minus 240. All right? What's 256 minus 240? All right, we come down here, 6 and 1 and 0, so 16. Okay, so 16. All right, now we have to find the how many times 16 gets into 83. Okay, so let's just do our math. So 0, 16, 32, 32, 48, 48, 56, right? Yeah, 56. Am I doing that right? Joe, your math's horrible. I know. 64. Oopsies. Erase that. 64, and then what's that? 76, 80. Okay, and then the next one would be 96. All right. So we can't go higher than 83. So our octet, so our value is falling in between 80 and 96. Okay. All right. But we're looking for the subnet ID. So we're going to select 80 as our subnet ID. So it'd be 80, all right, .0. All right, so our subnet ID for 172.23.83.107 is 172.23.80.0. Okay? All right, hope you guys are following along with how I'm coming up with that. I apologize for my horrendous math. All right. Do it again. All right. Let's subnet ID 252.252.252. There's a nice one. .0. Okay. And what is our 172.22.167, right? 167.89. All right. All right. Same thing. This turns into a 0. These remain the same. All right. Again, let's do that again. 256 minus 252. We have 4. So increments of 4. So how many times, we got to find that value. All right. So you always start at 0, 4, yada, yada, yada. And I'm just going to use my calculator in this instance. It's 64. There we go. So we go all the way up to 164. All right, and then yeah, so it'll be 164 and then 168. All right, so our value is falling in between 164 and 168. All right, so our subnet, so it's looking for our subnet ID again. All right, so it'll be 164.0. Okay, so 172.22.164.0 is our subnet ID. All right. Keep going. So what have we got? 25, 40, 0, 172, 20, 155, 179. All right. Same thing. These remain the same. 172, 20. Last octet, we have a 0 in our subnet mask, so we're good. So this is going to turn into a 0. We're looking for the subnet ID. All right. Let's do our map. 256 minus 240. All right, 16 again. All right, so we have to find out how many times 16 gets to 155. I'm just going to come over to my handy schmandy calculator here. 155 divided by 16 is 9. So 9 times 16. 144. So 0, 16, yada, 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 yada. 144. And then 160. All right. So our range is between 144 and 160. Okay. So to find the subnet ID, we choose 144. Right, because we're going to choose the value that is not greater than the actual IP address. So we're choosing the value less than the IP address. The next value less than the IP address. Not anything less than that. Not anything greater than that. It's the value that's just less than the IP address. Okay. .0. Okay. All right. What do we got? 5, 25, 240, 0. Okay, what's our address? 172, 25, 99, 199. All right. Same thing, 172, 25. All right. Interesting octet. We're going to hold off on the interesting octet here. All right. But again, we have on the 0, on the last octet in the subnet mask, we have a 0. So remember, that logic stays the same. All right. Now let's get into it. 256 minus 240. All right. Again, we have 16 here. All right. How many times does 16 go to 99? Let me get my handy schmandy calculator. I'm going to get better at math. Don't you worry. Okay. 6 times 16 is 96. All right. So 0, 16, yada, 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 96. I should have known that, but I'm being lazy tonight. And then 120, 112. So our value falls in between 96 and 112. Okay, so we're going to be choosing 96 as our subnet ID. So 96.0. All right, so 172.25.96.0. Okay. We went 100. We went 100. We went 100. All right. Start a new exam now. Okay. Let's go with most difficult on this one now. And we're just going to continue to go down till we're completely subnetted out and our brains hurt. You guys want to choke me? That's just how the cookie's going to crumble today. Boop, 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 boop. Told you with subnetting, we're going to beat subnetting up, guys. Until we all know subnetting like it's the back of our hands out there. Woo! I never freeze. All right. So we got that and the hardest one. Yep. Cool. Let's do it. All right. So we need the. So now we're going to be looking for the subnet ID and the broadcast address. Perfect. I just want you to know you're my favorite girl. All right. Ooh, we got some good ones right off the rip too. All right. 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 2 for 5. Ooh. That 224, baby. All right. That's our IP address. 192. .0.1. 241. Cool. All right. Remember. Now we don't have a 0 in this, so this has to. So this is now our interesting octet now. Okay. So there's nothing we can do. We can't just drop this down. Okay. But everything else stays the same. Okay. We have all binary ones in these other in our subnet mask all the way up to here. So this stays a 1, this stays a 0, this stays a 192. Okay. Now this is just where we're gonna do our work. So let's just get right into it. 256 minus 224. All right. 256 minus 224. So 6 minus 4. Oh boy, Joe. Your simple arithmetic is awful. All right. We have 32. Okay. So 32. So our increments are going up by 32. So we're going to start at 0, 32, 64, 64, keep going all the way to that, and Joe's math is horrible. So 241 divided by 32, 7 times 32 equals 224. All right, and we're gonna go all the way to 224, 224. And what's the next one? Plus 32 is 256. So the next one is 256. I should have known that. What am I losing my noodle bagger? All right. So our 241, again, it falls in between 224 and 256. Okay? So our subnet ID now is 224. Okay? So we're going to put 0.224 right here. All right? Now to find our broadcast address, all we have to do is the next increment down. Obviously, this one is 256. We minus 1, okay? So that'd be 255, okay? So our subnet broadcast ID is 192.0.1.255, okay? So we have here our subnet ID is 192.0.1.224. And our subnet broadcast address is 192.0.1.255. All right. You guys see how I did that? What we did is the next increment down. Doesn't matter what it is. It's just whatever it is. In this case, it was 256. We minus 1, and we get 255. All right. 192.0.1.224, 192.0.1.255. All right. Ooh, ooh, ba, 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 da, ba, ba, ooh, yeah, yeah. Man, I'm in the 90s mode today. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you, Joe? What's wrong with you? All right. What do we got? Hoorah! What do we got? 255. 255, 255, 255, 0192. Okay, 209, 42, 174, and 213. All right, here we go. So now, again, our interesting octet is going to be our last octet. We don't have any zeros in our subnet mask, so there's nothing we can carry down. But all of our other octets obviously are full of all binary ones. So the numbers in our IP address, they stay the same. Our values in our IP address stay the same. Come over here, so we take 256 minus 192. All right, 4. Carry that 1. Make it a 15, 6. All right. So we have 64 as our value. So here we go. So we go 0, 64. Joe needs to get better at math. 128. 64 plus that, 128. Yeah, jeez, Joe, come on. You're embarrassing yourself, homie. I know. All right. I'm dropping everything. All right, so we have 192 and 256. Okay, so our address 213 falls in between 192 and 256. All right, so our subnet ID is going to be, we're going to select the 192. All right, now again, to find our subnet broadcast address, take the next value, which is minus 1. That's 255 now. Okay, so we come over here, 209, 44, 174, 255. All right, so our subnet ID 209, 44, 174, 192. Our subnet broadcast address 209, 44, 174.255. Very good. As long as you keep with this, like you guys can see, I'm horrible at math, okay? But the thing is if you keep with this process, though, you'll never be wrong. I haven't been wrong yet, have I? You know, my program, what did I do? And then I stick my foot in my mouth. Oh, I wrote a freaking 44. I wrote down the address wrong. How did I do that? What's up, Prosper? Thank you, my friend. Merry Christmas to you and your family, my brother. Thank you for stopping by, man. I'm over here just brain farting today. I can't even, I must be so tired I can't even write. Instead of writing down this, I just messed up because I forgot to write down that number, and as you could tell, I wrote 44 on my board instead of 42, and I just got the whole equation wrong. I hope you're having good, man. Merry Christmas to you, brother. To you and your family, man. All right, let's continue on here. I know what I went wrong on that one, guys. Just been making food for the fam. Just wanted to make sure and stop in and say hi. Woo, man, I wish I had some of your food right now. Thank you for stopping in, man. I appreciate that. You're the man. I feel the love, baby. I feel the love. I was making some, let me see, I just got done making grilled cheese and tomato soup for the little kiddos today. Hi, you the man. I love you, Prosper, man. All right, what do we got? So 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 224. Not 0. All right, what's our address? 150, 23, 17, 2010. All right, I love my boy Prosper, guys. All right, so again, here we go. So this octet is a 0. So this value is now going to be a 0 for, remember, we're finding our... Heck yeah, dude. I voted on you. It's just an FYI. I voted on your thing on Discord. I voted for what it is. I voted for I can't think of it. It's their cup game there. That really hard game. Just because that game is extremely hard. That's why I voted for it. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Get back to your family, brother. All right. And then our interesting octet now. This is our interesting octet where we're going to be doing our work, all right? So, again, we're going to do the same thing. 256, 224, all right? 256 minus 224. So we come over here, do our math. So 2, 3, all right? So our value is 32. So here we go. So 0, 32, all right? So our value, though, now, since it's 17, our value is between 0 and 32, okay? It's living in here. So this is a real easy one. So this would be a 0 for our subnet ID now, okay? 23.1. Let me just make sure I'm writing this address down right this time, so I don't get it wrong and put my foot in my mouth. Boop. All right. Now, again, same thing. You just minus 1 from the next value. So that'd be 31. All right. So our subnet broadcast address 2331.255. All right. So 150.23.0.0 is our subnet ID. Our subnet broadcast address now is 150.23.31.255. All right. So So 150, 23, 0.0, and then 150, 23, 31, 245. All right, keep it going. All right. So, what do we got? We got 2 for 5, 2 for 5, 2 for 5, 192, baby. All right, so we got our address now, 193, 242, 56. Prosper just pumped me up, man. I love that guy. He was one of the guys I just met just recently, and I tell you what, he's been awesome to me. Just amazingly awesome. All right, if you guys ever get a chance to check his channel out, check him out, man. He's an amazing person. I tell you, like, now I'm pumped up right now. He just pumped me up. Prosper, you pumped me up, man. All right, so let's get into it. Again, what we got here is we got a subnet mask. All right, we got a subnet mask with full of all numerals. Nothing. We don't have a 0 in our subnet mask. So our interesting octet is now our very last octet in our actual IP address. Okay, that we're trying to find information about. Okay, but again, the rules remain the same on the other 3 octets, because the other 3 octets, remember, these values are full of binary ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Giving that logic, the values and these 3 octets, okay, remain the same. So 5, 6, 2, 4, 2, 1, 9, 3. Okay. Again, we're going to come over here. We're going to take 2, 5, 6 minus 1, 9, 2 now. All right. Let's do some of Joe's awesome math. Take that. Turn you into 6. So remember, 64. Okay. So our value is 27. Okay. So we're going to start at 0, 64. Okay. It's very easy. So our IP address is falling into the value of 0 and 64. Okay. So our subnet ID is 0. Okay. Our subnet broadcast address, all we do is we minus 1 from the next value, okay, giving us a 63. Okay. So now our broadcast address is 193, I apologize, 242, 56, 63. Okay. Subnet ID 193, 242, 56.0. Broadcast address 193, 242, 56, 63. Okay. Ooh, 193, 242, 56, 0. There we go. 193, 242, 56, and a 63. All right, on to the next one. Now, guys, there's plenty of plenty of free online subnetting quiz things that you guys can take out there. You don't just have to be using the Pearson program like I'm using. You guys can create your own subnetting questions, and there's plenty of calculators and everything else out there. Obviously, I'm just doing this because it's just easier for me to demonstrate it all through here, and there's no way I can fake it. You know what I'm saying? I can't just get the question wrong. If I get it wrong, the program's going to tell me I got it wrong. It's going to scream right in red. You guys are going to see it clear as day that I'm getting it wrong. So there's no way I can lie to you guys on how I'm performing this math. Either I'm doing it right or I'm doing it wrong. And you guys have seen when I've made simple mistakes, boom, it shows up clear as day, right? So let's get into it, guys. So we have 255.240.0. So again, beautiful. So we have an octet and a subnet mask. That's a 0. That comes down to a 0. Same thing. 256 256 minus 240. All right, let's do our simple math. 6, 1, so 16. Again, 0, so we have 0, 16. Our values fall between 0 and 16. So again, let's take our thing. These all, remember, so these two octets, these values are remaining the same. So 18996 stays the same. All right. Our value is between 0 and 16, so it's going to stay a 0 for a subnet ID. So our subnet ID is going to be 189.96.0.0. Now our broadcast address, remember, all we got to do is minus 1 from that next value, which is 16. So it'll be 15, all right? And then we filled this last octet with binary ones, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, okay? Making that a 255.15.96.189, okay? All right. So 189.96.0.0. All right. And 189.96.15.255. Right. All right. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. My wife just messaged me. Shh. I don't know what that means. What does shh mean, wife? So many tests. All right, let's just choose this one. And let's beat ourselves up. All right, let's go for the full gambit. Let's go for the full Lambda Bamba Gambit on this one. That way we can really subnet the heck out of things. Again, the more we do this, guys, the better we're going to get at it. That's it. Is my wife here? Is that why she texted me that? I'm just going to check my wife. Is Mommy here? Let me just text the wife real quick to see what that shh meant. I don't know if that means something good or something bad. Oh, she's eating. That's something that happened. Crazy girl. Love Max, crazy girl. Alright, where's my thing with Barber? Alright, let's get beat up real quick. Alright. Let's do it up. So what do we got? 255.248.0.0. Okay. 255.248.0.0. Okay, what's our address? 31.31.95. 38.170. Very good. Remember, what are we going to find? We need a subnet ID. So these values right here, we have zeros in their octet. So 0.0. This one is our interesting octet. Again, 256, 248. All right. So we come over here, carry that. 1 makes you a 16, 8. So 8. So the values are going to go up by 8. So how many times does 8 go into 45? We just have to do our 8 tables. So 0, 8, 16, 0, 8, 16. Joe needs to get better at math. 24, 32. This is bad. 40, and then 48. Okay, very good. All right. So values, our value, our ID, our IP address is falling in between 40 and 48. Okay, so to find our subnet ID, we select 40. All right, 31. So 3140.0.0 is our subnet ID. Haha, what's up, baby? You're up in the stream. My wife is up in the stream. What's up? Hope you're enjoying Subnetting, baby. I know you love me talking about this all the time. Hey, let me send a message out to my wife real quick. Hold on, baby. Stay on the stream just for 1 second. Hashtag exclamation point hug Shay Bay. There we go. There you go. I'm gonna send you a virtual hug. There's a virtual hug for you, baby. How do you like my how do you like my robots? My robot I programmed. All right. Dude, I did hug you. All right. Let's do it. Where are we at? Where's my head at? Oh, that's a 9.5. Not a doink. Doink. Doink, 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 doink. That's a 9.5. See what I'm saying? I'm getting horrible over here. I keep messing this up. All right, so we got to keep going. So we got 48, 56, right? 56, 64, 64, 72, 80, 88, what is that? 90, 96? Yeah, 96. So there we go. So our value is between 88 and 96. So instead of 40, my bad, guys, it's 88. So 3188.0.0. It froze again. Okay, back. I don't know why it freezes on you like that. I never freeze. Like the Black Panther, I never freeze. What are you munching on, crazy girl? You're coming home. You got my Seltzy waters. Oh, I love you. Hey, just do the exclamation point hug, and then at whoever's else listening to the stream, and you'll give them a virtual hug, honey. You'll give them a virtual hug. We can do my what are the ones I got? Oh, I gotta make more. I gotta make more commands. There's a couple more. If you do exclamation command, it'll tell you all the commands I have in there. So let's do it. 255, 240, 224. And let's just make sure Joe writes down this IP address correctly this time. Look, I'm already starting off on the wrong foot. 73,237, 145, 2. There we go. All right. So again, we're gonna find our. What are we looking for? The subnet ID. Again, we have zeros, so these values turn into a 0. Very good. Let's do our math. 256, 224. All right. 2, 3, so 32. So we have to find our values up to that. So let me just do this the cheating way. So 237 divided by 32, 7, 7 times 32 equals 224. So 224, so 0, 32, 224. All right. Next value 256. Okay. So our subnet ID would be 224.73. So 73.224.0.0 is our. No, you did it wrong. You did it wrong. You got to put the exclamation point hug. No, you got to put exclamation point hug space at me. Crazy lady. Because you're not doing it right. I'll give you another hug because I love you so much. That's how you do it, huh? Exclamation point hug at the person you're trying to hug. Crazy lady. I love you. All right. Let's keep it moving. All right, 224, right? I wrote my address right down this time. All right, clear up the board real quick. My baby got released early from work, so she on her way home. All right, what do we got? 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 2, 5, 2. Not 0. Let's write this down correctly again. 2, 5, 5, 3, 1, 1, 8. Very good. And what are we finding? I'll submit ID again. So here we go. 0 and 2, 5, 6. 2, 5, 2. We have 4. And then how many times is 4 going to that? So we're going to go 0, 4, space a couple. We have 40. We got 44, 48, 48. Couple more. 50. Yeah, 52, right? And then 52. And then 56, right? So our value is between 52 and 56. So it'll be 0, 52, 25, 172. So 172, 52 dot 0. Okay. All right. Oh. Oh, you did it right. You gave me a hug. You gave me a hug. You gave me a hug. I'm getting fat before I get there. LOL. Oh boy. Well, I guess I don't have to cook the chili then tonight. That saves me from cooking later on tonight, I guess. That works. All right. What'd you get anyways, you crazy lady? Let's write down this value. So 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 240. Not 0. 17222. 144. Dot 98. All right. This remains, remember, so we have a 0 in this octet, so that'd be 0. Let's do our math. 256 minus 240, 16. So we're going to go up by 16. So 0, 16. We're going to skip a few. Joe's going to get his calculator up because he's lazy butts today. So we're going to say 144 divided by 16 is 9. Ooh, look at that. Ends up right on that. All right. So we have, and then minus 16. No. So we have 144. And then the next one would be 160, okay? So our value obviously lands on 144. So our subnet ID would be 144, 22, 172. So 172, 144.0 is our subnet ID, okay, for this IP address range, okay? Because we can't go lower, because we can't go higher than what that value is. But that value is right at that increment right there, okay? All right, let's continue on. Remember, it's just this, if you keep with this same exact process, you'll never get any of these wrong. You'll never get any of these wrong. As you guys can tell already, I'm not doing anything tricky, which just keeping with the exact process the entire time. 248. As long as Joe writes down the numbers right, he won't get one wrong. But if Joe continues to write chicken scratch on the board, he will get them all wrong. All right, beautiful thing. So again, we don't have a 0 in any of our octets. Our interesting octet is the last octet in the subnet mask and in the IP address. So again, all these other values stay the same because they're full of binary ones. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. Maintaining these values at the exact same. So 103, 168. All right, stop 192. All right, come over here. We do that math again. 256 minus 248. All right, 248. All right. 4, get rid of that, 16, 8. So this is going up by 8s now. Now we just come over here. 221 divided by 8 equals 27. So 27 times 8 equals 216. So 0, 8, skip a couple, 216. All right, plus 8. The next value will be 224. All right, so our values are between 216 and 224. All right, so our subnet, because we're looking for our subnet ID, so our subnet ID would be 216, okay? So our subnet ID is 192.168.103.216. Okay, keep it going. Let's keep going. So what is it? 255, 254, 0, 0. Again, let's write down the address, right, Joe? 224, 149, 48. We want the subnet broadcast address this time, okay? Subnet broadcast address. But we're gonna step through. We're gonna go through the same. Let's go through the same logic again. Remember, these two values are gonna. These are going to turn to zeros now. Okay, 0, 0, zeros, because we have zeros in our octet. We have 254, right? 254, so 256 minus 254. Again, if Joe can write things down right correctly tonight, so 256 minus 254. So we have a value of 2. All right. All right. So we have to, this is going to be, we're going to be able to get exactly to 224 anywho, all right? Yeah, obviously 244 divided by 2, that gets us, 244 divided by 2, that gets us to 122, right? And then 244 plus 2 is 240. So we have 0, 2, skip a whole bunch, 244. And then 246, okay? So this would be our broadcast, this would be our subnet ID, 99.240.0.0. 246, we minus 1 from that. All right, so our subnet broadcast address would be 2, 4, 5. And then remember, we filled up the host octets with all binary ones, giving us a 2 for 5. 2 for 5, okay? So 99.245.255.255 is our subnet broadcast address, okay? All right. Good. Guarantee once I get through all this, guys, I won't even need the calculator anymore. All right. So what do we got? 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 2 to 4. Hut 0. 128. 18. 8. And 53. And what are we looking for? Subnet broadcast address. Very good. All right. So remember, we're going to do the same thing. This is going to remain the same. We're just going to go through the same process again. Okay. 128. 1, 8. All right. 56. Minus 2 to 4. All right. So what do we got? We got 2, 3. So 32. So it's going to go 0, 32, 64, 32, 64, 96, 96. 32 plus that. 128. Look at that. I'm getting better already. So our values are falling in between 96 and so our subnet ID will be 128.18.96. We're gonna minus one from that one right there. So our broadcast address now, remember, because we got to fill this with binary ones, is 128.1.8.127.255. Okay. Go again. What we got? 192. We got 192. 168. 6. On 77. Alright, 192. 168. 106. Alright, 256 minus 192. 4. Carry that. 1. 64. Alright, so it's 0, 64, 128. Alright, so our values are in between that. So our subnet ID be 64. So it'll be 192.168.106. That's 64. And then we're going to minus 1 from that, giving us an equal of 124. So our subnet broadcast address will be 192.168.106.124. Okay? $123. My bad. Did I write something down wrong again? Oh, it's 128, you dummy. Right up. I swear, if my handwriting was any better, that's all it was. It's my freaking handwriting sometimes. Oh boy, Joe, come on. I'm on, man. All right. All right, let's do that again. 255, 255, 250. Whoa, 192. See what I'm saying? 192. That's why we're doing this. 192.0. 79. That's 72, 79, 100, 122.9. So 0, 256 minus 192. All right, carry that. 4, 60. Yep, 64. So 0, 64, 128. All right. So this would be 64, 100. 79. So 79, 100, 64, and then minus 1, 127. So it'd be 79, 100, 127, 255. Okay. Okay, keep going. Is that you, baby?
No. The other way.
Oh
I
no!
got you another one.
You caught me. Is it indestructible?
No.
I
I
like
don't know
how
where it all came from.
I just like how it says
Yeah, I
no.
know. I was gonna give me one too.
No.
You might steal that from him. I don't know what else came with it, but at least it was cocktail. I think that was the reason it was $2.99.
Any seltzers?
Merry Christmas.
I'm gonna go grab a seltzer water, guys. Hold on. Crazy people. Oh, I'm so happy right now. I got some seltzer waters. It's been like 4 weeks since I've had any seltzer waters in my life. Ah. Oh, I love polar seltzer, I tell you. There's nothing better in the world than some polar seltzer. Ah. Oh boy. I love polar seltzer. Holy moly. Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît. Alright, 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 240. Alright. 193. 109. 221. 77. Alright. So what are we looking for? Broadcast address again. So our head 256. 240. It's gonna come up with 16. Alright, so 0, 16, 32, 32, 48, 64, 96. Alright, so our values are between 0, 64, and 96. 193, 109, 221, 64, 193, 109, 221, and minus 1 from the 96, giving us a 95, 95. Okay. Did I do my math wrong? Oh, I did do my math wrong. Oh, it's because I went up by 32. All right. I'll take that hit. But I get not paying attention. All right, let's keep going. 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 2 to 4. 200. 199. 198. 97. Okay. What are we looking at? Subnet broadcast address. So 256. 24. All right. 2, 3. So 32. So 0, 3, 32. 64, 96, 128, 128, 164, 196, and what's the next one? 228, right? Yeah, 228. Right? Yeah. There we go. All right, so we're in between. So to be minus that be 227. All right. Man, I gotta get better at math or something. Got to get better at math. So 6 times 192, Joe. Right, Joe's math's horrible, guys. So 0, 32, skip a few, 192. And then plus 32, buddy. 224. 224 minus that, 223. All right. So we have 200, 199, 198, 223, 223. Let's go. Why are we doing this, guys? Why are we doing this? I'm going to do every single combination there is, so I just know by looking at it after a while.
Gonna kick showers before tomorrow.
Okay. That's fine, baby. Happy anniversary, baby. It's our...
13 years and you're still alive.
Ah.
Praise God.
All right. Yes, today, I guess today is me and the wife's quote unquote
First anniversary
very.
when he asked me to be his girlfriend. It was so corny.
Can I be your boyfriend?
And then 2 weeks from now is our very first 13th anniversary.
Yeah, we met 13 years ago, and the day after we met, 2 weeks later, we got married by the chapel by the sea. 0.256 minus 252 equals 4. You wanna get down on some of this?
Wear your mask, people.
Wear your mask.
Oh. I'm not green screen.
Huh? No, that it hasn't caught up yet. You'll be up there in a minute. You're right there. Oh, wait, it doesn't see you. You gotta walk over here. No, the camera's right there. It's looking at this camera, not that camera. Are you green screened? No. Oh, no, I can still see you.
No, you're frozen.
Huh? No, I'm not. You're right there.
Oh, I haven't caught up.
That's active feed right there. And that's live. That's the.
It don't see me for some reason.
There you go. You're right there. See? You're not invisible.
Wear your mask.
Wait, mask. Crazy ladies.
I have to wear it 24/7 to work.
You're a crazy lady.
You married me.
All right.
We have to do a poll real quick for everybody who watches this. And if they watch this, who votes I get my husband a glitter bomb and he's live for it?
Glitter bomb. I am not. You're gonna ruin my computer to give me a glitter bomb in there.
You'll live. It's
No.
only glitter.
Yeah, no.
It's only glitter. You'll be fine.
I'm not gonna open it up in here, buddy.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not. You're
Yeah,
crazy.
you are. You'll be fine.
Yeah, it's your mind, woman.
You'll be okay.
My wife is crazy.
I just like to torture him. It's my job in life.
Right?
I had a spicy chicken from Burger King. It sucked.
It wasn't that good, huh?
No. I like one.
140, 140, 143, 255 is our subnet broadcast address, guys, okay? Come on, Joe. She. What was that wrong? Yeah, so how is that wrong? It's even saying, there's the answer. 140, 143.245. 140, 143, 245. Why is it having this as the right answer? No piss, and that's broken, buddy. Yeah, 143, not 141. 143. 143, like I picked. 143. That's broken. That one is broken, guys. I got it right. I know I got that one. Alright, keep going. And don't get discouraged. 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 248. Alright. What's our address? 192. 168. 141. 3. Okay. There we go. All of it stays the same. So we take 256 minus 248. Alright. There, that's 16. 8. So we're going to go up by 8s. Okay. How many times does 8 go into 93? Let's do that. 93 divided by 8. So it would be 88. So 0, 8, all the way to 88. All right. 88 plus 8, 6. All right. So minus 1 would be 95. So subnet broadcast address 192.168.141.95. Oh, is it asking for the subnet ID? Ah, so the subnet ID be 88. Now it's asking for the broadcast address. Now it's going back and forth between the two. All right, let's not get confused. Keep it going. Uh, 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 248, 0, 172, 172, 31, 138, 82. All right, very good. What do we do with that? Yep. 0, 256 minus 248. All right, carry that one. 16, 8. Okay, so we're going to go up to 8. So how many times is 138 divided by 8? 17. 17 times 8. 136. 6 plus 8. 44. Minus that, 143. Okay. So again, our ID would be 172.31. 136.0. Our subnet broadcast address is 172.31.143.255. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. All right, what do we got? 25, 224, 0, 0, 9, 171, 31, 119. Okay, what are we looking for? Subnet ID, very good. So 0, 0, and then 256 minus 224. All right, 32. So 0, 0, 32. Let's find out how many times 171 goes into 32 real quick. So 160, 192, all right. That'll be 160, 29. So 29, 160.0.0, and then it'd be 29.191.255.255 as our broadcast address. Okay, guys? Hope everyone's following along with this logic. What do we want? Subnet ID. Very good. Okay, let's keep going. Repetition, guys. Repetition, repetition, repetition. All right. Working out them brain muscles today. All right. Sergeant Casper will be making me do push-ups right now, but sorry, Sergeant Casper. Working out them brain muscles today, Sergeant Casper. All right. 6. But tell you what, though, Sergeant Casper. I tell you what, Sergeant Casper. If you ever join my stream, I'll do some push-ups for you, Sergeant Casper. How's that? All right. There's a shout out to Sergeant Casper. Forced his butt to get in my stream. All right. What are we looking for? ID 0 256 224. All right. Carry that. All right. So we're looking at 2 3 32 0 32, and then yada yada yada. Let's find out how much that goes into. So 144 divided by 32 is 4. 4 times 32 is 128. All right, plus 32, 60, minus 1 will be 159. All right, so 128, 179, 183, 183, 179, 159, 255. So that would be our broadcast. That's our subnet ID. What do we need? Subnet ID. 183, 179, 128, 0. All right. Subnet ID again. Five. 9, 0, 196, 2, 1, 2. Okay. 256 minus 224. All right, 32. How many times is 212 going to 32? 212. 6 times 2. So 0. So it'd be 192, and then plus 32. 224. All right, minus 1. So 2, 2, 3. Okay. So we got 199.0, right? 199.0, 196.192. All right, and then our broadcast will be 199.0, 196.223. Okay, broadcast subnet ID. 199.0.196.192. Okay, next one. Keep them coming. All right, what do we got? 225, 225, 225.248. 205, 103, 5, 105. All right, 256 minus 248. All right, carry that. 418. All right, so 105 divided by 8 equals that. 13 times 8, 13. So 104, and then right, so I'll be our subnet ID is 104, 5, 103, 205. Our broadcast will be 205, 103, 5, 111. Okay, there's our broadcast. Here's our subnet ID. Okay, what do we need? Subnet ID. Okay, next one. Two 192.0. All right, very good. 188, 94, 66, and 158. Very good. 4, get rid of that 1, 6, 64. All right, so 0, 64, and then 128. All right, minus that would be 127. All right, what do we need? Subnet ID. So our subnet ID 188, 94, 64, not 0. Okay, there's our subnet ID. And then our broadcast be 188, 94, 127, 255. Okay. Okay. Two five five 255 40 0. Address 167 114 191 98. Very good. What do we need? Subnet ID. Okay, so remember 0. So here we go. Let's just do the math right away, guys. Let's not play around. All right, so what do we got? 16. So the increments are going up by 16. 191 divided by 16. 11 times 16 equals 176. So 176 plus 16, 192 minus 1 would be 191. Okay. So 176, 114, 167. So then our broadcast ID be 167, 114, 191, 255. Okay. Broadcast, subnet ID. So 167, 114, 176, 0. Okay. 255, 255, 254, 0, 167, 63, 67, 159. All right. What do we got? We need subnet broadcast address this time. Okay, so very good. Let's just do the thing. 56, that's 254. All right, we have a total of 2. Okay, so we got to go by increments of 2. So we have 66 and then 68. Minus 1 would be 67. All right, so our subnet ID is this. All right, broadcast be 167, 63, 68, 67, I mean. All right, 67.255. All right, so broadcast address is 167, 63, 67, 255. Okay. Yep, keep going. Two five five, 255, 255, 248, 1, 229, 4073. All right, what are we looking for? Broadcast address. Very good. 256, 8. 8. 72, 80 minus 1, 79. All right, so subnet ID be 1229, 40, right? That's 40, right? Not 90. 20, 72. Then the broadcast ID be 229, 40, 79. 255, 255, 255, 252. Good. 195, 107, 230, 107. All right, 56. That's 252. 4. 117 divided by 4. 9. 29 divided times 4 is 116. 116 plus 116 plus 4. 20. All right, minus that would be 119. All right, what do we need? Broadcast address. Yep, so 195, 107, 230, 119. Broadcast address. Sippy sippy. Or about halfway through. Right. 255, 255, 255, 8, 214, 113, 133, Joe. 102. This is how I got myself into all my mistakes, I swear. So 80, and then 88 minus 1 would be 87. All right, so 214, 133, 102, and 87. Okay. 255, 255, 255. We got 240. Okay. 223. All right, 7. 172. 255. Okay. 256 minus 40. 6, 16, 16. 16 divided by 240, that's 251. Divided by 16, 15 times. So 240 and 256. 255. So what do we need? Broadcast. So 223, 97, 172. 240 would be the subnet ID, and then 223, 97, 172, 255 would be the broadcast address here. Okay. Did I write it down wrong again? I wrote 225. Yeah. Okay. I wrote it down wrong. I wrote it. Fat finger problem. 255. I had 255. I just fat fingered it. I know I'm right. 255, 255, 255, 206, 44, 222, 131. Okay. Two. divided by 32. 4 times 32, 128, 32, 160, minus that, 159. So we need both. Okay, so we need 206, 44, 222, 128, 206, 44, 222, 159. Yep. Um, 5, 255, 255, 255, and 240. Okay. Address 175, 157, 167, 77. All right. 16. 64. 80. 79. 175. 157. 167. 64. 75. 157. 167. 79. Okay, that's both of our addresses. Uh, Nine. Okay. 256 minus 192. 4, 6, 64, 0, 64, 128. So right between that, so 127. Just make sure my math is right today, because I've been wrong before. Okay. All right. So broadcast subnet ID 129, 25, 63, 64, 129, 25, 63, 127 for our broadcast ID for our broadcast address. Going. Two five five 255 255 192 212 182 6145. Okay, very good. So 256 minus 192 4 like that 64. All right, so 0 64 128. What's that 92 192? Yeah, it's 192, right? 192 minus 1 would be 191. So 212 182 6 128. Subnet ID 212-182-6191. Broadcast address. Very good. Right, keep going. Okay, what I got? 2525 225 and 224. Cool. 185 243 191. Right, same thing. 56 224 2 3 32 and then 139 divided by 32 139 divided by 32 4 times 32 128 plus 32 160 minus 159. So 185 243 199 128 185 243 199 159. Okay. Subnet ID, subnet broadcast address. Very good. Okay, keep going. One 28. Okay. 8 9 8 5 3 7 7 and 1 8. All right. 56 minus 128. That 8 2, so we're gonna go up by 28s on this one. All right, so 184 divided by 28 equals 6. 6 times 28, so 168 plus 28, 196 minus that 195. Okay, so 198 53 77 168 198 53 77 195. Okay, ID broadcast. Fucking put something in. What did I do wrong? brain fart like crazy.
What up, Mike Jones? Yeah, I did the math wrong. As always. As always. How we doing today, Mike Jones? Merry Christmas, my friend. Joe's math is something to be something to be worried about. I tell you sometimes. That's why we're hammering this the way I'm hammering it right now. So I get better at this. Again, we're getting there. One, 228. All right. So here we go. So we got 256 minus 254, 2, and then we're gonna find how many times that goes into that. So we got 120 and then 122. This be 121. So it'll be 168, 5, 120, 0, 168, 5, 121, 255. Okay. Next one. If you have any questions, Mike, about how I'm doing this, just bring them up, big guy. Besides, when I fumble the ball and I go too fast and I mess up my whole math I got going on. All right, so we got 256 minus 240, 224, 232, 8 divided by 32. 32 times that is 128 plus that 160, 159. Okay, 128, 159, 207, 151, 36, 128, 207, 1536, 159. So I have to go through your YouTube vids to get caught up. Yeah. Oh, cool, man. Yeah. If you go on my YouTube, I have all the streams all up. They get updated all the time on YouTube. But what we're doing today, Mike, is we're going over subnetting with the difficult mask, and the difficult mask is because this octet on the very last, well, depending on where this octet lands, we're calling it the unique octet because it doesn't end in all binary ones or all binary zeros, okay? So since this octet has some binary ones and some binary zeros, this is the simple equation. We just take the value of that octet, which this value is 224, all right? It's very simple. And you take 256 minus that value, 224, 32, and then all you do is you go through the tables of 32, 0, 32, 64, yada, 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 all the way down to where this is. So this is 158. So 158 is going to fall in between 128 and 160. So 158 falls in between those two values, 128 and 160. All right. To find the subnet ID, you just take the next value up, which is 128. Okay. So our subnet ID value will be now 207.151.36.128. Okay. Now to get the broadcast address, we take the next value down. And all we do is minus 1. We minus 1 from that value gives us 159. So now our broadcast address is 207.151.36.159. Okay. When Joe takes his time and and thinks about his math, he'll get it right every single time. But that's as simple it is you just take you take the interesting octet, you minus that by 256, you take that value, you go through the increments of the tables, you find out where that the octet and the IP address falls. All right, the value above it, that would be a subnet ID. The value below it, minus one, you always got a minus one, would be a broadcast address. And that's how we come up. That's how we come up with this equation. And like I said, so 207.51.36.208. That will be our subnet ID. So let's put it in to make sure we're right again. 36 and then 128. Like I mentioned to in the comments yesterday to A-Dubs and whoever else was commenting, I am more than happy to answer anybody's questions. Again, all I ask though is, just do your best to try to maintain it. And what the heck did I do wrong? That's what I got. 207.151. I put a I put a friggin' one. That's on me. Look at that. Look what I did. They call me Joey Fat Fingers. Call me Joey Fat Fingers for a reason. I put a stinking 1 there instead of a 7. But as you can tell, I had it right, Mike. Alright, let's go on to the next one. I have the foot-to-mouth disease sometimes too, Mike. But like I said, here, we'll go over it. We'll go over it together. Let me grab another marker. My black marker is dying again. I gotta get a whole new pack of black markers again. Alright. I go through these black markers like nothing. They don't last too long with me. Alright. Alright. New black marker time. Alright. Alright. So our subnet mask is 2 for 5. 2 for 5. 2 for 5. And 252. Okay? Our IP address 191.209.150.45. All right. So, like I said, all these, just like we were doing yesterday, all the octets with the 2 for 5, because they're all full of binary ones, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. So all these octets in their IPv4 address, because they're following a subnet mask of 2 for 5, will remain the same. So these will remain 191.209.150. Okay, that's going to be our constant. Our unique octet is going to fall, in this, for instance, it's going to fall into the last octet of our IPv4 address, because we have a subnet mask of 252. So again, the math is, you take that, 256 minus the amount of the subnet mask, which in this case is 252. Obviously we have 4, okay? So now we just go through the tables of 4. So 0, we always start at 0, 4, 8, Joe's math is horrible, 16, 16, yeah, Joe, come on. 20, all the way down till we get to, 40, and then obviously 44, okay? So our value, well, it would be the next one, it'd be 48. Our value, 45, falls between 44, okay, and 48, okay? So it falls between there. So our subnet ID, in this instance, will be 44. Okay, so that's be our subnet ID for the for this address range. Then to find our broadcast address, we just take 1 away from this one and be 47. Okay, so now our broadcast address be 191.209.150.45.
47. Okay, so that's now our broadcast ID. All right, let's enter that in to make sure I'm telling you the truth. Because the Pearson program, it'll scream bright red if I'm wrong. That's why I love using it. It always tells everybody when Joe's full of baloney. 209, 150. Let me just make sure I'm entering everything in right this time, and I am. 47. There we go. All right. Do another one. And as long as we're keeping with that same process of taking that interesting octet and minusing by 256, we'll never be wrong, unless you brain fart it like me sometimes. How much is the Pearson program? So you can, so I have a subscription to O'Reilly Media that I pay it every 6 months, and it's a pretty hefty package to pay for every 6 months. But I believe you can buy these Pearson test programs individually, and I believe they're like, they get pretty expensive. But right now you can buy them off of Cisco. I believe they're up towards like $30 or $40 a piece per program. But I'm telling you though, Mike, look up the O'Reilly Media subscription, and I'm not gonna tell you to buy. I don't tell anybody to buy anything, but I tell you, it is worth every dollar for that subscription. I would cancel my Netflix, my Hulu, my Spotify, everything, just for my subscription for O'Reilly Media. Because, Mike, not only do I get access to this Pearson, I get access to every single Pearson test program. Every single, from AWS, Azure, Cisco, on all the way down to Red Hat Enterprise Linux. I have full access to all this because of what I pay for that subscription. Again, it's not cheap. It's far from cheap, all right? But it's worth it. Then I get all the publications, okay? Every single publication, I get full access to. Then I get full access to all the live trainings. Mike, I'm telling you. Then I can go back and watch all the other previous live trainings, all right? I can talk with these people that do this stuff every day. This is how I've gone as far as I've gone in this short amount of time. Yeah, definitely look into it. It's just O'Reilly Media. O'Reilly's been making books. I mean, I'm a sicko, Mike. I buy all these books too. I buy them all hard copy. Usually. So when you see these weird these IT books that have animals and stuff on it, that's usually an O'Reilly book. Like I say, I buy all the books too at the same time. I'm tapped, but yeah, I'm telling you, it's definitely worth its value. Because I mean, if you're trying to advance your IT education, and you're serious about it, there is no better place to go to turn to than O'Reilly. There really isn't. If you want to get into cloud, if you want to get into Google stuff, like Google, like the actual stuff that Google does for their Google Cloud stuff, they have all of that. AWS, all of it, every single thing, Cisco, everything. Yeah, it's just. It's mounds and mounds of just awesomeness over there. So now we have, in our interesting octet here, Mike, again, we have a value that doesn't end in all binary ones or all binary zeros. So again, we just do the simple formula: 256 minus the value of that interesting octet, which is 248, and then obviously 256 minus 248 is 8. So I'm just going to cheat here because again, Joe doesn't want to biff on his math. So 228 divided by 8 is 28. 28 times 8 is 224. All right, so we have 0, 8, yada yada, a whole bunch down. 2, 2, 4, and then plus 8, 232, and then 232. Okay, so our subnet ID is now 206 40 224. Okay, this is our subnet ID. Okay, now again, to get our subnet broadcast address, we take the next value down. We just minus 1, giving us 231. 231 now. So 202 96 40 231. Okay, very simple. Now we have our subnet ID and our subnet broadcast address. You know, and this is for the difficult subnetting here. All right. So let's enter that in 202. Let's make sure we're putting it all in right. 40 224. And then 202 96 40, and then 231. Cool, we got it right. Again, as long as we're keeping to this exact formula every single time, Mike, we're gonna get it right. Every single time. Again, do it again. I'm just beating myself up today by going over this and over and over this. Because again, Mike, what I'm getting ready for is I'm prepping myself for the actual CCNA certification exam. So again, you've probably heard me talk about this 1,001 times. So we're up to the point in the exam book that is about subnetting. So when I plan on taking it is once we get into the second book. Once we get into the second book, because let me see, we have how many more chapters do we have in the first book? Holy shimulligans, buddy! Stinking truck drivers are psychotic out here. So let's see. All right, so we're in chapter 12. There's 28 chapters. 28 chapters left in the first book. The second volume isn't too big. And then let me see. There's 20 in there. So I'm probably about a month. I'm gonna say about a month and a half out, because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to blast out a chapter a day, but obviously during the stream. So pretty much 5 days a week I'm trying to get through the chapter a day. But when I get through, I want to spend as much time on that one particular chapter as much as possible. So given that we have about 30 more chapters to go through, yeah, so I'm about a month and a half out. So we're probably looking around February. I'll be ready for the exam. You know what I'm saying? That should give me plenty of time to really have this knowledge just cram packed in my head. But what's going to be exciting though is what's going to follow is we're going to be shooting from CCNA right to DevNet, because of how the DevNet, so the Cisco DevNet exam is pretty much you still have to have this fundamental knowledge of CCNA, but then obviously it gets into Python programming, network automation, Linux, and all this. So those are other things that I've already been dabbling in, Mike. So what my plan is once I get CCNA certified, I'm going to shoot right to DevNet, and then I'm only going to spend probably another maybe 3 or 4 weeks studying for my DevNet exam, and then I'm going to go shoot right for my DevNet, my Cisco's DevNet exam. So hopefully by the end of March, maybe getting into April, I'll have my CCNA certification, and then I'll have my DevNet associate certification, and then by that time I'll be studying for CCNP, and then the next level up for DevNet. But I also may at the same time try to squeeze in like a CompTIA certification just to have it. But what will follow later on is I want to get Red Hat certified Linux certification. I want that cert. And then maybe the VMware architect certification as well. Because I've been doing a lot of stuff with VMware and EXXI and stuff like that. But the VMware architect certification, that's an expensive. That's a $3,000 certification. So that's going to be one that I'm going to have to push out and save money for. Because that's like what I've read about it. It's weird. Like you gotta go up on stage on a panel. But the thing is you gotta create a whole entire virtual architecture in EXXI, and be able to present that to a panel of other architects, and they have to approve of your actual they have to approve of your architectural plan to become a VMware architect. But the thing is, it's once I get to that point with having that with the VMware architectural cert, and then going after CCNP, and then hopefully, so I'll probably by next year I'm looking to at least be on the road to CCNP, all right? But then by 2022, hopefully be dabbling in CCIE timeframe, because I don't graduate from college till 2024. So I'm hoping my whole plan is by 2024 to be CCIE certified, be a VMware architect, and obviously a Red Hat Enterprise Linux certified, whatever. And then because I want to step into a network architectural job right away. I want to be a network architect. Boom. You know what I'm saying? That can handle that's the plan. So that's my road. That's exactly what it is. That's my roadmap there, and that's why I have a plan, a straight plan on where I want. But I got to tell everybody, CCNA level is honestly where I believe a lot of people should start, just because of how much fundamental knowledge the Cisco CCNA certification packs into just that one cert. Once you get past the CCNA, once I get all this knowledge of CCNA, not only has it helped me with Linux, it's helped me with understanding VMware, because I've had to create virtual machines to get my Cisco Modeling Lab up. So just dealing with Cisco Modeling Lab, I had to learn so much about VMware, and that's what got me into EXXI. Obviously, I didn't need EXXI to get Cisco Modeling Lab to work, but because I want to take that level, because I want to get to that next step or roadmap, I guess. That's why I've been dabbling in EXXI. If you're not like EXXI, if you've ever heard of Proxmox, EXXI is similar to Proxmox, and it's a similar thing where it's a layer 1 hypervisor. So I can pretty much I can get the bare metal image, plug it into a brand new server per se, and that will be the quote unquote operating system of that server or that PC. You know what I'm saying? If I were to totally wipe my PC right now and remove Windows, because of obviously you need to make sure you have a CPU that can be virtualized, and that's just an unlocked CPU that has virtualization ability.
You just have to make sure most AMD chips, most Ryzen AMD chips, you can virtualize. They can handle virtualization. They allow. How's this? They allow virtualization. So I mean that's why I stick my CPUs. That's why I'm always going to be sticking with AMD Ryzen CPUs. Just because it's just they just make things so much easier for virtualization and whatnot. But yeah, so yeah, that's the plan. You know, and that's why I guess you know, me really hammering down this fundamental level stuff is so very important for this journey. Because again, you know, if I can't subnet, what good am I going to be being a virtual architect? You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be a joke. I love seltzer waters, Mike. I don't know. People laugh at me. My kids drink seltzer waters now too because I drink so much stinking seltzer water. All right, 177, 192, 210, and 163. Hope you're ready for Christmas. Merry Christmas, by the way, Mike. Thank you for joining me again tonight, my friend. Hope you're ready for the holidays. I hope everything's going good. Hope your family's safe. I hope you're safe. Another one. Seltzer waters are great. I'm glad you like seltzer waters. I like you now even more, Mike. Just kidding. Like I said, so some people make fun of me that I drink seltzer waters. I don't know why. You know what it is? Because everybody else in the world now they drink soda and pop and Mountain Dews up the wazoo, and they guzzle Red Bulls like it's going out of style. Like, I try my best to stay away from Red Bulls and everything else. Like, that stuff's no good. Exactly. You got to stay away from the trash sodas, man. It's all sugar. It's all sugar. That's how you get diabetes and stuff like that. Trust me. Sugar's no good. That's why, like I said, when I drink my coffee straight black. No cream, no sugar, no nothing. You know, it's just, you know what it is. A lot of, I guess, our civilization, we've gotten so used and so dependent on the overconsumption of sugar that we've like forgotten how bad sugar is for our bodies. You know, and that's why, you know, we have so many problems with just within, you know, our society with obesity and healthcare problems. You know, if people would just eliminate sugar from their diets, you know, they would have less inflammation with their joints, their muscles, everything else. That's another topic for another day. I used to be in, like, trust me, I know I'm really small now, but I used to be into bodybuilding and everything else back in my prime days, but those days are beyond me. All right. So, 256, 128. Let's make sure Joe does his math correct this time. So, yes, Joe, it is exactly 128. That's exactly what I did wrong last time. Yep. All right. So that's what I did wrong last time. So, well, pretty much we have 167, so we have 0. All right. 0 and 128, and then the next value is 256, okay? So the subnet ID be 177, 192, 210, all right, 128, all right? So that'd be the subnet ID, all right? Now, to get the subnet broadcast address, we just minus 1, 255, okay? Very simple. 177, 192, 210, 255, okay? Let's enter those magic numbers in. All right. 177, 192, 210, and 128. 177, 192, 210, 255. Cool.
What are your plans for the holidays, Mike? You got anything going on? 255, 255, 224, 199, 22, 255. It's 225. See, this is how I get confused sometimes. My eyes play tricks on me, I swear. And my horrible handwriting. All right, 256 minus 224, 232. All right, so 0, 0, 32, 64, 96. Joe's math's horrible. Got a calculator. All right. 158 divided by 32 equals 4. 4 times 32 equals 128. 4 is 32. 160. 159. So 199. 225. 229. 128. 199. 225. 229. And then 159. All right. Subnet ID. Subnet broadcast address. Okay. Nothing going on. Oh, I used to be a truck driver. Don't mean much to me. I'm always working and driving. Oh, man. Well, you know what, Mike? Happy holidays, my brother. And I appreciate that you're a truck driver, man. You know what? Truck drivers, they run the world, my brother. The world, I guess people don't appreciate what truck drivers do for the whole entire world. The world runs on people driving trucks. We wouldn't have our food. We wouldn't have our groceries. We wouldn't have our Amazon deliveries. We wouldn't have our electronics in our house if it wasn't, truck drivers like you to ensure that we're getting our stuff. So truck drivers are the most important things, at least in my opinion, and should be everybody else's opinion. And truck drivers should get more love. You know what I'm saying? I've always felt that truck drivers got paid more, there would be more appreciation for that particular job. Instead of, I hope you understand what I'm saying. But thank you, Mike. Thank you for being a truck driver, man. Because again, like I said, you guys are what runs this world, man. World wouldn't run if we didn't have them. All right, next one. All right, what do we got? 255, 252, 13, 47, 176, 230. So again, here's our interesting arc-tech, Mike. So we're going to take 256, we're going to minus 252. Obviously, we're going to get the big old number 4, and then Joe's going to get a calculator. Exactly. And thank you, Mike. And thank you. Happy holidays, my friend. Happy holidays. Oop, calculator. So what do we got? 230 divided by 4. So it'll be 57. 57 times 4. So we got 228. 228. 228 plus 4. 232 minus 1. 231. All right. So we got 213. 47 176 228 as our subnet ID. And then our subnet broadcast address 213.47.76, and then 231. That's our subnet broadcast address. You are getting the last octet from the broadcast. You are getting the last octet from the broadcast address. I never learned this way. The way I learned was writing it out in binary. So this is so. I wanna make sure you're so. If you understand how I'm doing it, is we're getting the subnet mask. We're getting told the information that we need. So we're getting told our subnet mask. Okay, it's giving us that information. So obviously we have 255.255.252. So this is the slash notation. Let me just give you the slash notation, Mike, real quick. Come on, Joe. That would be, if I'm using my head, it'd be the slash 30. All right, be the slash 30. Okay, that'd be the slash notation of 30. If you were to see that after the IP address, so it'd be like slash 30 like that. All right. This has been the easiest way for me to do to figure out subnetting information. Okay, and then they give us the. Obviously, you know this. They give us the IP address, okay? This is just what's given to us, okay? Easiest way is we just take 256. We don't have to do anything, worry about anything binary in this step. 256 minus the value of what our subnet mask is, all right? Come up with that, and then we just find the value of where this octet in the IPv4 address, okay, not the subnet mask. Now we're worried about the IPv4 address, which is it's giving us the information that it's telling us it's 230. We just find where 230 lives in, where it lives in its value of 4. So we have to think this address is going up by 4 in each step. So if it's going up by 4 step, the one value, so we can't exceed the value to find the subnet ID. Okay, we can't exceed the value. Okay, so we just go with the value that's just beneath it. So in this instance, it's 228. To find the broadcast address now is we take the next value below that, and again we just minus 1 gives us 231. It's a lot easier than doing binary. Then you know what I'm saying, it's a heck of a lot easier than doing it the binary way. Binary way is a pain in the butt. And that's how I forgot who, man, because I watched so many videos and stuff like that, and for a while to try to narrow this down. It was I got turned on to all this by a fella, David Bumble. He's awesome. David Bumble, by the way, if you ever go on YouTube, look up David Bumble. I'm telling you, he's an amazing person. He like I said in the beginning of all this, he was like the spark that got me interested in all of this and got me to where I'm at right now. But there's a couple other gentlemen like Weldon Odom. Weldon Odom is great. Obviously, Weldon Odom is who writes all these books. He legitimately writes every single CCNA certification for the last. He's been writing them for the last 20 years. Weldon Odom. He's an excellent. He has a great website. I think it's Cert Skills. www.certskills.com. If you ever want to check that site out, man, he has subnetting. You can go on his site. He has subnetting things on there for free. You can go on there and just do subnetting problems all day long. He's also got free packet tracer stuff as well. I don't know if you've ever used packet tracer, Mike, but packet tracer is an amazing program. People, I get aggravated with people when they when all they want to do is, you know, they get the bug with GNS3 and they just want to do everything on GNS3. Well, yeah, GNS3 is fine and dandy, all right? But you got to understand a lot of things before you can even start dabbling with GNS3, all right? Obviously, I have experience using GNS3 and whatnot, but what I try to encourage everybody, though, is start off with Cisco Packet Tracer first. Stay there. Stay there till you know exactly what you're, doing and talking about before you even get to GNS3 and everything else. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is obviously I have some computations with how that goes about, but to be able to use GNS3, you need to purchase Cisco Modern Lab. So, and then that's the right way to do it. Okay, that's the right way to do it. That's the way it should be done. You got to purchase Cisco Modern Lab. Okay, because there's no other way for you to get those images unless you go about getting those images the wrong way. Okay, and that's another thing. That's another argument for another day. But those folks over at Cisco, they've worked really hard on producing. I learned subnetting last year. I got to the point where I needed to start labbing, GNS3, packet tracer, etc. But I used on Linux and just gave up since there was no native Linux programs. But I was on Linux. Let me see. So there is, and I think it was like a couple, probably last year or so. But Packet Tracer, if you use Linux, off the Debian, so Ubuntu. So if you just boot up Ubuntu, you can download Packet Tracer to Ubuntu. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't. It's a Debian. I don't think it would work so good on like Fedora or CentOS. But whatever. You know what I'm saying? Erase your erase your hard drive and just boot up Ubuntu on it. And you can download Cisco Packet Tracer to Ubuntu. And it should work. You know what I'm saying? It should work fine. But when it comes to GNS3, again, if your CPU, if you have a CPU that allows for virtualization, as long as you got Ubuntu or whatever Linux image itself, you can download VirtualBox. You don't even have to download VirtualBox. I would just download VirtualBox. Then you can boot up the GNS3 VM from there. And again, as long as everything's allowed virtualization, download. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would just use I use strictly the GNS3 VM. I don't even use the actual program anymore. I strictly use the VM. And I feel as though the VM works a heck of a lot better. Well, at least in my opinion. People will argue this with me all day long, but in my opinion, I'd rather use the VM than use the VM and the program at the same time. I don't see the sense of using the program and the VM at the same time anymore because they've done so much work on the actual VM. The VM works great. You know what I'm saying? And that's where they actually want the program to go. They want it to just be the VM. You know what I'm saying? Instead of you having to have the program and the VM running simultaneously so you can virtualize whatever images inside of the actual program. You know what I'm saying? If you're just strictly using the VM, then it's lighter weight than trying to do both at the same time. Because that's how Cisco Modern Lab works. Cisco Modern Lab is just the VM. That's it. It's just the actual VM. You don't have to run a program or nothing like that on top of it to be inside of it and make it work. You know what I'm saying? You boot up the VM, and then your DHCP server gives, it's just you're gonna be able to just log right into it to a HTML5 web page. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful, beautiful. GNS3 does the same thing. It's just a HDMI webpage, you know. And it's a heck of a lot better than running the program. At least in my opinion, it is. But so you have experience using GNS3. That's cool. That's cool. And the thing is when it comes to labs, a lot of people depend on trying to find labs and stuff for GNS3. The thing is, you can't really depend on getting labs from other people when it comes to GNS3, because if you don't have those images, that lab that you got from somebody is probably not going to work. Yeah, dude, labbing it up. Labbing is the most important thing you're ever going to do, Mike. Most important thing you're ever going to do. Because the thing is again, this is why I do everything on a whiteboard. Because I'm a physical, you're probably a physical type learner too. I'm a physical hands-on learner. So again, if I'm not physically active, if I'm not putting my hands, even when I do stuff like this, if I'm not putting my hands on something, I can't really retain that knowledge. That's why I don't do so much per se on like the keyboard and stuff like that, especially when it comes to stuff like this. Like, I can't just sit there and just jot this stuff into the keyboard and expect my memory bank to put it into my head. I have to physically write these, keep writing these over and over and over and over and over again, just for my, just my own self, so I can retain this stuff. And that's the same, the same type of relation I have with labbing. You know what I'm saying? If I can't get into something and just lab it and lab it and lab it and lab it again, that's why you'll see, like, if you go back and watch my YouTube stuff, Mike, you'll see I've made so many different labs, but you'll see a common like a common theme that keeps reoccurring in my labs, where I'll focus on DHCP. I'll keep focusing on DHCP and how my configurations get tighter and tighter and tighter with my how I do my DHCP. Like, if you go back to my earlier labs and watch how I've configured DHCP, in my opinion, I could have tightened up a lot. I could have tightened up, quote unquote, my shot group. There's my Army talk. You know what I'm saying? But now that I've configured DHCP so many different ways and so many different instances, the way I can configure DHCP now, like I said, I can configure DHCP on an Ubuntu server. I can configure it on a Fedora server or a CentOS server. Same thing. I can configure it on on Cisco network devices. I can configure it. I can pretty much configure DHCP on anything you throw at me now, because I just keep going over and over. The thing is, I don't depend on anybody's labs either. Like, I don't get on people to like send me labs or nothing like that. I just do my own labs. I pick a particular subject, DHCP, and I just keep doing it and doing it and doing it again. NAT, port, or NAT or PAT. You know what I'm saying? If you'll see again with NAT 2, I keep going over NAT. Configuring that this way, configuring that this way, configuring that this way. This way, I continue to get my configurations down. And even though we haven't even got to DHCP or NAT yet in these, but by the time I get to that point in these books, I already have at least a again, higher level knowledge. Again, high level, not low level. I'm not nitty gritty knowledge yet. I'm still high level knowledge where I can observe, I can understand what these things mean, but I have that high level understanding of what DHCP can do, what NAT can do, what OSPF can do. You know what I'm saying? Because I just keep going over this and over this and over this and over this. You know what I'm saying? Again, I don't know if I'm a slow learner or what, but I have to continuing to just physically do things over and over again. But the thing is, it's pertaining now in my mind. And again, it's just like anything, I don't know if you're an athlete or if you've ever shot in rifles or anything like that before. I mean, shooting rifles is the same way. Unless you're just a gifted rifle shooter, you know, when I started shooting rifles, you know, I had to practice. I had to take my time. I had, you know, I made a lot of mistakes in the beginning of my rifle training, and you know, I had to make sure, you know, my breathing was on point. The way I was, you know, placing my cheek on the actual stock, I had to just keep pressing my cheek on the stock, pressing my cheek on the stock, to make sure that every time I pressed my cheek on that stock, I pressed it on the same exact spot every single time. That I looked down the sights the same exact way every single time. It's the same thing I've always done with everything. You know, it's just repetitive, you know, till we get it down right. That's it, baby. That's it. So 4, take that. What do we got? 64. All right. So now we're having increments of 64. So again, so 0, 64. Joe's math's going to be off, so he's going to use his calculator. So what do we got? 246. 246 divided by 64 is 3. 3 times 64 is 192. So we got 192 plus 64 is 256. All right. All right. So to find our subnet, subnet ID, there we go. And then we just minus 1, 255. Okay. So 216, 81, 8, 192 is our subnet. This is our subnet ID. 216, 81, 8, 255. That is our broadcast subnet address right there. Exactly. Exactly. Yep. Keep moving. Keep it moving. All right. What we got? 255, 255, 252, 0, 179, 80, 45, 36. All right. Let's come up with some information. Now, since we have a 0, again, in this octet, this is going to be a 0. So it's the same logic as before. But what happens is now, again, this is now our interesting octet. So we just do the same thing. 256, 25 minus 252. Obviously, it's 4. So we're just going to get the values of 4. So we got 40, we got 44, and then 48. All right, minus that, be 47. So 179, 80, 44.0 is our subnet ID. And then 179, 80, 47. And then remember, we still have to fill this octet with all binary ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, 255. Okay, so 179, 80, 147, and 255. Wrong one. Oh, most definitely, Mike. Go eat some dinner, man. You know what? I appreciate you hanging out with me, my brother. All right. Merry Christmas to you. Happy holidays. Yeah, man. Thank you very much again for what you do too as being a truck driver, Mike. I really appreciate. You know, hopefully you can join me again, man. I appreciate the conversation. It was real fun tonight. I'll see you later, Mike. Have a good night. Merry Christmas, brother. All right. 179, 80, 44.0. And what do we got? We got 179, 80, 47, 255. Right. I'll be here just subnetting it up. What do we got? 9 more questions? Almost there. 255. 255. 255. 128. And 1393. 186. Okay, same thing. 6, 28, 128. So 128. 5. Okay, 193. 21. 186. 28. 193. 121. 186. And then 2. Two. Nope. 128. 128. 0. 6. 226. 1, 5. 7, 9. All right. So what do we got? So we got 186, 226, 128, 0, 186, 226, 255, 255. Five, 5, 2, 4, 8, 1, 205, 5, 102, 5, 256, 8, 8 times 102 going to 8. 6. 4, 1, 3, 3, 5, 191, 205, 5, 6, 1, 205, 5. One, 205, 5, 6. Yeah, that's right. 1, 205, 5, 3. Got 255, 255, 255, 192, 8, 58, 7, 29, 5, 6, 2, 4, 64. So that's 0, 64 minus that would be 63. All right, so 2, 198, 58, 147, 0, 8, 8, 7. Five, 255, 248. 2, 1, 7, 4, 7, 4, 2, 2, 4, 60, 56, 2, 4, 8, 8, 4, divided by 8, 28, 8 times 8, 4 plus 8, 224, 232, 231, 4, so 2, 174, 224, 0, 22, 174, 231, 225, 255. Uh, 255, 4, 0, 2, 31, right, 7, 2, 0, 1, 0, 1, 7, 2, 3, 0, 1, 5, 5. 2, 1, 6, 8, 0, 55, 6, 240, got 6, 1, 16, 5, 5, 16, equals 3 times 16 equals 48, 8, plus 16, 4, 3, 192, 168, 0, 8, 2, 168, 0, that's 63. 255. 2, 2, 6, 8, 4, 7, 6, 2, 4, 6, 64, 0, 64, 63, 2, 1, 6, 8, 4, 7, 0, 1, 9, 2, 6, 8, 7, 63. Two 55, 255, 255, 8, 172, 6, 0, 7. Okay. Beautiful. 128, 255. Okay. So 172, 26, 0, 0. 172, 26, 0. Oh, 127. Right. 8, 8, 0, 7, 2, 8, 2, 5, 0, 2, 5, 0. 6, 8, 8. How many times is 250 going to 8? 8 going to 50, 8 equals 100, 8. 248, 6, 172, 8. 248. 0, 172, 8, 5. That was a big test. that. Cool. Yeah, we got what, 2 wrong, I think, out of that. Alright, well that does that. Gotta finish up that chapter review. Alright. So I'm gonna go grab some more something to drink real quick, guys. Be right back. And we'll finish up this chapter review. Alright, let's finish up this chapter review here. And what I'm gonna do. I'll keep it here, I guess. Yeah, we'll keep it. I like standing there. Oh, now that I got seltzers, I'm gonna end up drinking them all in one night. That's the only problem with seltzers. I love them too much. Alright. Alright. Let's finish off where we ended last night. So we can complete this chapter here. I believe I highlighted where we left off. Alright. Yes, I did. Okay. Alright. So we ended off with a discussion of classful IP networks before subnetting. So we'll pick up there. All right. So before an engineer subnets a classful network, the network is in a single group of addresses. In other words, the engineer has not yet subdivided the network into smaller subsets called subnets. When thinking about an unsetting subnetted classful network, the address in a network has only 2 parts, the network part and the host part. Comparing any 2 addresses in a classful network, the addresses have to have the same value in the network part. The addresses have to have different values in the host part. The addresses have to have the same value in the network part. Yes, okay. The actual size of the network and host parts of the address in the network can be easily predicted. All right, shown in the figure. So again, that's just showing a format of an unsetting class A, B, or C network, okay? So, in the figure, N and H represents the network and host bits respectively. Class defines the number of networks octets, 1, 2, or 3, class A, B, or C respectively. The figure shows these values as numbered bits, the numbers of the host octets, 3, 2, 1 respectively. Continuing the analysis of the classful networks before subnetting, the number of addresses in one classful IP network can be calculated into the same 2H. Remember that 2H minus 2 formula. All right, that's how we can figure out how many hosts we have in our network. So 2H, H representing the host. All right. So how many bits we have? That would be that equation. So as you could see from that representation, it's talking about all right. So as in the as in that thing you see here, so draw something similar. All right, A, B, C. All right, and A. All right, there's 8 network bits in a Class A network. Okay, 8 network bits in a Class A network. Okay, but it's leaving behind 24 host bits. Okay, now remember, an IPv4 address is 32 bits long. Okay, 32 bits. So each and every single one of these is 32 bits. Okay, 32 bits. Okay, in a Class B network, we have 16. All right, and this is H. 16 network bits and then 16 host bits. Okay, giving us a total again of 32. In a Class C network, okay, we have 24 network bits and 8 host bits. Okay, all right, so 8, 16, 24 respectively for a Class A, B, and C. All right, Class A has 24 host bits, Class B 16 host bits, Class C 8 host bits. So again, if we do the equation for say like a Class C network, so 2 and then H will equal 8 for the host bits that are left. Now remember, this is our octets. So let's split it up. So we have an octet there, an octet here, and we need one more octet. I could have done that better, but whatever. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay? So 8, 8, and 8, 24. That's how we got our 24. And then 8 from our host, that's how we got our 8. So H equals how many host bits are we dealing with? Okay? So we're dealing with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 actual host bits. That's how we get our equation. So 2 to the 8th is 256, right? 256. Yep. 256. And then remember, we have to minus 2 for our subnet ID and our subnet broadcast address. Okay? So that equals 254. Okay? So that's how we come up with the equation of 254 host addresses for a Class C network. Okay? All right? I wasn't about to do the thing for the math for A because you can see it comes out to 16,777,214 host bits. Okay? So that's why, again, choosing a Class A network to start to build your enterprise network off of a private Class A network to build your enterprise network off of is, in my opinion, the way you should be planning this out, because you will never run into the circumstances. Well, you may someday run into the circumstances, but for the most part, you're not going to run into the circumstances where you're going to be running out of actual addresses to give to host. Okay, you have 16 million addresses that can be allocated out. Okay, to host. Okay, now again, you can simplify your network design by using the one subnet size fits all method too as well with a Class A network. Yes, you're losing host bits, but at the end of the day, I mean, is there a need to support 16 million devices? If there isn't a need to support 16 million devices, well then just figure out how many devices you actually need to support. Do your math, figure out your host, and then expand upon that, and then allocate enough so, for future needs and whatnot, and then plan accordingly. but you should be always starting off with a Class A network, in my opinion. All right, let's continue on. All right. Borrowing host bits to create subnets. To subnet a network, the designer thinks about the network and host parts, as shown in the figure, and then the engineer adds a third part in the middle, the subnet part. However, the design cannot change the size of the network. Yep, the entire 32 bits. To create the subnet part of the address structure, the engineer borrows bits from the host part, shown in the. So the network engineer is pretty much borrowing, not from the network portion. So this, they cannot touch that. They cannot touch the network portion, which are the 8. The 8 is the first octet, the first 8 bits in that IPv4 address. This cannot be touched. Same thing with the Class B. And the first 16 bits belong to the network. So no matter what, the first 16 bits cannot be altered. Okay? Same thing with a Class C. The first 24 bits belong to the network. The network engineer cannot alter that state from there. Okay? So, given that perspective, okay, to subnet out, all we are taking away from is we're taking chunks out of our host. We're taking chunks out of our host. Okay? All right? So, we're allocating those bits back to the network. Okay? Back to the network. All right? Making the host part smaller, all right, making the network part bigger. Okay, that's all we're doing. All right. So as you can tell, it'll always equal 32. All right, network plus subnet plus host will always equal 32. Very good. Conceptually, yep. All right. Choose enough subnets and host bits. The design process requires a choice of where to place a dash on a line, shown in the figure. But what is the right choice? How many subnets and host bits should the designer choose? The answer hinges on the requirements gathered in the earliest stages. So that's, analyzing what is going to be the largest amount that you're supposed to be handling. Okay. Take, for instance, look at your largest site. How many hosts does that largest site support? That largest site supports, upwards to, 200 plus addresses. Well, plan accordingly. Subnet the right way. You know what I'm saying? And you will be able to, especially with a Class A network, you would be able to accommodate that amount of hosts. All right? All right. The bits in the subnet part create a way to uniquely number the different subnets that the design engineer wants to create. With one subnet bit, you can number 2 to the 1 or 2 subnets with two bits, 2 to the second, or 4 subnets, or 3 bits, 2 to the third, or 8 subnets, and so on and so forth. So that's how it's taken that step. So 2 to the first, 2 subnets, 2 to the second, 4 subnets, 2 to the third, 8 subnets, and then on and on, 2 to the fourth, 2 to the fourth, that'll get us 16 subnets, right? Right, 16. I hate that calculator. I do it on this one. I like this calculator better. $16. Yeah. So 2 to the fourth will get us 16 subnets. All right. 2 to the fifth. Did I do that right? Yeah, 2 to the fifth will get us 32 subnets. 2 to the sixth will get us 64, right? 2 to the 6, we'll get a 64. All right, and then so on and so forth as we progress down the line. All right. All right. All right. At the same time, the remaining number of host bits must also be large enough. To number the host IP addresses in the largest subnet. Remember, in the chapter, we assumed that the use of a single mask for all subnets. This single mask must support both of the required numbers of subnets and the required number of host bits in the largest subnet. Okay. Right. The figure shows the figure shows the idea of design choices, the number of subnets and host bits, and then checks the map 2 to the sec, 2 to the sec, 2 to the s. All right, must be more than the number of required subnets, or the mask will not supply enough IP net, or the mask will not supply enough subnets in the IP network. Also, 2 to the h minus 2 must be more than the required subnet thresholds. The idea of calculating these subnets as 2 to the s applies only in cases where a single mask is used for all subnets, or a single class network, classful network as being assumed in the chapter. Okay. The effective design, or to interpret masks that were chosen by someone else, you need a good memory of the powers of 2. Okay, so the powers of 2. We really need to remember that, I guess. And the numeric table here. All right. So let's look at the example. Example design 172.16.0.0, 200 subnets, 200 hosts. To help make sense of the theological discussion so far, consider an example that focuses on the design choice for the subnet mask. In this case, the planning and design choices so far tell us the following. I'm gonna switch over to my other cam, guys. All right, so I can sit down real quick. Let's take a seat. Let's take a seat, Joey. All right. Let's continue on, everybody. I still gotta fix this. Apologize for that, guys. I will fix that. Don't worry. All right. To help make sense of the discussion so far, consider the focus on the design choices in the subnet. In this case, planning and the design choices so far. The following: use a single subnet mask. Plan for 200 subnets. Plan for 200 host IP addresses per subnet. And use the Class B network. Oh, there. All right. To choose the mask, the design asks the question: how many subnet bits do I need to number 200 subnets? Right. You can see that S is not large enough to support. Okay. So we need to know the powers of 2. And that's why the powers of 2 are so important. That's what he was just stating, and that's what I was getting confused on a question prior. So 2 to the 8th. Okay. It's that, but 2 to the 7th. 128. Okay. And that's why that was so important in that question earlier. All right. So if I needed to support X amount of subnets, the math is still 2 to the power of it's 2 to the subnet or 2 to the host. It's the powers of 2. So the powers of 2 is what dominates how this all works. powers of 2. Well, it just helped. I don't know. Let's just say that the powers of 2, I guess, is what the key is. It's the key to the castle. Powers of 2. All right. You can see that s equals 7 is not large enough. That only supports 128. But s to the 8th is enough. So you'll need at least 8 subnets, 8 subnet bits. Okay, very good. Next, the design asks a similar question based on the number of hosts per subnet. How many host bits do I need to number 200 hosts per subnet? Math and logic and the formula. The math is basically the same, but the formula just subtracts 2 for the count of hosts. So yeah, so it is exactly the same. Look at that. Well, look at that, baby. We're looking good. Only one possible mass meets all the requirements in this case. First, the number of network bits must be 16 because the design uses a Class B network. Requirement tells us that the mass shown, the last 8 subnet bits, the requirement tells us that the mass needs to be at least 8 subnet bits, and that the last 8 host bits, the mass only has 32 yet. Okay. All right. So that's how they come up with that formula. Network, subnet. That's how they came up with that formula. I was curious on how they come up with that formula, because that's where I guess a part where I was getting stuck on. Wow. Holy guacamole. I'm like hit with like the tired bug all of a sudden. What? I don't know way. Subnet mass. Get those choices as well. Subnet mass makes a 32-bit binary number with all the binary ones on the left and all the binary zeros on the right. By definition, the binary OS equals to the number of host bits. In fact, the exact how the mass communicates to the idea of the host. Yep. I'm like beat up right now. All right. Yep. Plan and implementation. The next step, planning the implementation, is the last step before actually configuring the devices to create subnets. The engineer first needs to choose where to place each subnet. For example, the branch office in a particular city, which subnet from plan and shot should be used in each LAN. VLAN also configuration that requires static IP addresses. Which addresses should be used in this case? Finally, what range of IP addresses from the configured into the HTTP server to be dynamically leased out to their IP addresses. All right. Oh, these overnights are kicking my butt. It's like upside. Oof. All right. So we already went over this example with the varying how many interfaces you are going to need with different with subnetting and stuff like that. Multi-smoggy. Choosing in static and dynamic ranges for subnet. Devices receive their IP addresses to make and mask assignments from one or two ways: dynamically by using dynamic host configuration protocol, DHCP, my favorite protocol. Or statically through configurations for DHCP to work. The network engineer must tell the DHCP server from which it must assign IP addresses. In addition, the configuration limits the DHCP server to only a subnet of a particular. Oh man, where am I going with all this? Keep things simple. I'm getting tired. You guys can probably tell already. All right, so it's just saying, you guys have seen me do this before, right? I'll give it a range. I'll give my DHCP server ranges to dynamically addressing out. That was really it for the rest of that chapter, huh? All right. Time's at 9 o'clock. All right, guys. I guess we'll cut from there. Yeah. We figured out. We've done this. And what is tomorrow going to bring us? Illustrations. So we've pretty much like nailed this chapter already. Binary. All right. Well, before I fall asleep on camera, guys, yeah, I think we're actually in good shape because of how much subnetting we just did today. I think this is going to help us get not only past chapter 12, but I believe it's going to get us through chapter 13 pretty easily too. Yeah. It'll get us into chapter 13 and whatnot too. So that way I can have you guys, all right. So we're set up pretty good though. I'm happy with that. All right. Let's go over to my big old screen here. So, yeah, guys. Very cool. Hold on. I don't have Santa going crazy in the background. It's jingle, jingle, jingles, does he? No. All right. I can turn this crazy Santa Joey off. Yeah, we really beat up on subnetting a lot. Again, it was very important to me that we spent a lot of time subnetting, and we'll spend some more time subnetting as well. We got some more chapters to go through before we finish up here. Man. Let me see here. He's probably all right. So we've gone there. All right. Once we get past chapter 4, once we get past part 4, which I think at this point now, I feel pretty strongly that we should be able to get past it all. We're going to be now getting into actually IPv4 routing, okay? And then that's when we start actually talking about routers and everything else from now on. So we're really going to be, things are going to start picking up the pace because we've already done so much. I believe our understanding and everything else is going to be really through the roof. So I'm super stoked, guys. I hope everybody has a Merry Christmas tomorrow. Yeah, I really do, guys. I really appreciate all of you guys, again, spending the time with me and just hanging out. You know what I'm saying? And again, I hope you know, anybody out there whoever gets the opportunity to watch any of these streams, that they, you know, again, I would be so ecstatic if somebody can say, you know, they can walk away with maybe a little bit more of an understanding of a particular subject, you know. So yeah, guys, Merry Christmas from my house to yours. I love every single one of you guys. You guys have a great night. Mwah! And I will catch you guys tomorrow. I'll be on tomorrow. Don't you worry. I always need to study. So ho ho ho. All right, guys. I will catch you all tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody.